Hey, kitty cat, down. Hey, kitty, go away.
entire game, which I'm all for because Pools was genuinely, I think, the best liminal space game that has been made yet. And of course, just like the last time we played Pools, if you don't want to hear me talk and ramble about dumb shit, you can switch the audio track by clicking the cogwheel, going to the audio track section, and that will be just the game for you to listen to. Anyway, let's do it. Oh. It's kind of coming back, isn't it? What time is it? 1 o'clock? Oh, dude. All the references to what we essentially haven't seen yet. I do miss the Chief Guy. He was such a relief to see so late into the game. Anyway, so we're definitely not in the pool room yet, right? Ooh, there's a couch. Wait, wasn't there an exit door? Hold on. Guys. I can leave already? Holy shit. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. There's no way, right? We wouldn't do that. Could be a hidden achievement, but wait. Can I leave though? Hold on. No secret achievement for me. One day there will be a game where we will make the right decision and leave. See nothing? It's just darkness. Swimming area. Of course. I did get a little bit in the teaser for it. I think we might actually be swimming this time, not just treading water. Blocked off the door. I love how it's supposed to be. Seemingly supposed to be the prequel before we actually get to the pool rooms, and it's already fucking. This don't make sense. Structurally, yeah. Okay. Now, I did have a setting, by the way. I will... Oh! Going outside. Holy... Holy... Hold on. There might be something back here. Do I have a flashlight? Dude, it's like pitch black over here. Why am I so nervous? Why am I so nervous, dude? I've played pools. I know what's to come. We at least live until the end of this, right? I think it's just cargo containers behind me. So as I was saying, there was a setting to change the footstep sounds from instead being boots to being barefoot, which it didn't sound like it in the beginning, but now it kind of maybe a little. Hello? Holy dude. We have a lot of echo in here. That would lead me to believe that we're possibly inside still. Oh shit. Okay, we got a Silent Hill drop-off right here. Oh wait, does the gravity change? Should I go? You guys thought I was gonna. I'm going to the door, hold on. Hold on. Okay, I don't know where to go first. I think I should go down. No. Rewind that shit. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, there's no way. I thought maybe the gravity would turn. We had a few of those. This is kind of fucking crazy Because I feel like I could see the silhouettes of different smoke towers over here. But the echo in this place, it just sounds like, well, one, it sounds populated, but two, it sounds like this might be like in case, like this is a dome of sorts. Are we in Chernobyl? Fuck, dude, what is this? Alright. Hello? Okay. Are we continuing in? Yes. We're still here. I was afraid I was going to miss all this. I gotta test. I gotta test it. We have to be able to swim. Oh my god. Yo! Okay. The water before led to our death, led to a rewind. So now I'm not sure there's any limitation on where we can go. I don't know where to go first. We're going to be exploring, don't worry. I don't remember if there was a zoom. Was there a zoom in here? I can crouch. Zoom. My assumption is we're very alone. This should be, right? Or perhaps this is just normally where we live. I hear people, though. Not people, but I hear stuff happening. Power lines are underwater, which would make me believe, oh shit. Which would make me believe that maybe the worlds are blending together. Good lord. I'm assuming I can't breathe forever? Or actually, since I can't die, I guess if I drown, I'll be rewound. Holy shit. Okay, this is already fucking insane. I love this. I love this a lot. Alright. Yeah, I can't tell. Are we barefoot? It sounds like we might still be booted. Okay. Swimming experience is very smooth. Hello? As usual, dude, the visual fidelity of this game is unreal. And it's not even made in Unreal, dude. It's made in Unity. Shit, man. Oh, hello. This is literally a nightmare for me, dude. This is literally a nightmare. Dude, it goes so... Hello. What's up, man? Just hanging out. Hello? Okay. Alright. I didn't need that. Not at all. Yeah, I think the thing that really got me about pools is one, I mean, when pools came out, it wasn't the most prominent level that we've seen, right? Like Backrooms at that time in Liminal Spaces was the yellow rooms. That was the primary thing you saw in almost every Liminal Space or Backrooms game. So pools kind of like blew us away with being primarily the pool rooms. And it was purely Liminal Space, right? Like there wasn't any direct threat or anything crazy. It was purely just for exploration and enjoying the liminal feel of everything. But now with this chapter, now we got this shit. I don't know where we are or what this is exactly supposed to be. I can't believe we're up here, honestly. This is so cool. I love when liminal space games or even Backrooms games start adding levels or places that don't entirely... What the hell? What am I looking at there? is. But yeah, this is such a cool. I almost feel, and I know this is a weird comparison. This feels very much like the Beware City. When you get to the city area and the main playable area in the earlier versions of Beware. This is what it kind of reminds me of. We don't have a lot of yellow lights. You know, a little bit. Oh no. There's a trainer. Okay, I can't even go down here. There's a lot of ambient sound. A lot of light pollution too, like, dude. There's so much flares, glares.
Oh, cool. Self-serve tech.
You might be familiar with the Minus World. It's the most famous glitch in gaming history. In the original Super Mario Bros., if you clip into the wall at the end of 1-2, you can enter a warp pipe before it's properly loaded in. Instead of taking you to World 4 like normal, you're taken to World -1. It's an underwater stage that resembles level 7-2 from the main game. Now, the Minus World itself isn't the most exciting level, just your standard water stage, and when you get to the end, you're sent right back to the start. It loops forever, with no actual end. The Minus World appears in nearly all re-releases of Super Mario Bros. And is identical in most of them. But there's one huge exception. In 1986, a year after the game's release, it was ported to Nintendo's new add-on in Japan, the Famicom Disk System. And while the Minus World is present, it is totally different. There's not just -1, but also -2 and -3, glitched out levels that actually have ends. And in addition to being way cooler, it makes for an amazing speedrun. Players have competed with each other to get to the end of -3 as quickly as possible. They've found some brilliant strategies to do so, and it's led to one of the most optimized speedruns of all time. Let's take a look at how we got there. This is the crazy history of Minus World ending speedruns. And now a word from this video's sponsor, Rocket Money. Earlier this year, I signed up for a streaming service just to watch one show. I meant to cancel it right away, but I forgot. And months later, I realized I'd been throwing money away. I bet that's happened to you before too. And if so, you should be using Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that lets you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and manage your money better. I like Rocket Money for canceling unwanted subscriptions. They safely
So I picked these up at Grocery Outlet today. This was $1. I've never seen them before. They're Snyder's, which I like their sourdough, whatever, nibblers, which I also bought because they had those bags for $1. So this is $1 too. Butter flavored.
You can save up to
probably artificial.
$40 per year if you use the app's premium features.
It has no MSG.
Members using Rocket Money today.
But it has tapioca, malt.
Or click the link in the description to get started.
I bet you that's what the special test
That's
is. I've never seen these. These are really small, by the way. These are like
thanks again to Rocket Money.
maybe just a little bit smaller than peanut M&Ms, but bigger than a regular M&M.
Okay, first question again.
Anyways, I got these for 99 cents. They only had like 8 bags, so I bought 3 of them.
Well, no,
and then,
you're not actually
also the sourdoughs,
feeding
which are
Valse
really like anywhere from like $3 to $5. They had for 99 cents too, so I bought 2 bags
the game
of those.
does act as though you've beaten it. You're sent back to the title screen, and once there, you can play second quest and select a world with the B button. These are both features that are only unlocked once you beat the game. So, as to whether you're really beating the game, that's up to you to decide. And if you'd like to argue about it in the comments section below, please feel free. But either way, it makes for a sick speedrun. It may seem trivial, but the saga that's about to unfold is anything but. And the origins of the category come from the year 2013, when a game collector named Oatax purchased a Famicom disk system. He had seen tool-assisted speedruns of Minus World Ending from players.
So I just opened these up. I probably should have opened them up.
And decided it would be fun to try
and,
it in real time.
Texture-wise, they are completely not what I expected. I like my pretzels extremely crunchy and hard. Like, you'll never see me eat a soft pretzel in my life unless my life depended on it for some reason. So, you can see how big these are. They look nice and stuff, but when you put them in your mouth, they're too puffy and powdery. They're not like a pretzel at all.
As much as you possibly can.
I can't explain it.
Here's how Oatax
I was hoping they'd be like a lot more crunchy. Like a corn nut. You know what I'm saying? Corn nuts. I like corn nuts. If you're comparing this to a corn nut, this is like 1/10 the crunch of a corn nut. And already after like 3 bites, this artificial butter flavor is like overwhelming.
So you could make it through the stage while
so I don't know, I'm stuck with them now.
Finally, it was time to go to the Minus World.
4 out of 10. That's why they're
on top of the pipe, then carefully crouch jumped into the corner. For details on why this works and why the Minus World even exists, check out this video from Cosmic. But basically, Mario lands on a specific part of this block where he can stand. After that, he's able to run right through the wall. Oatax did that, killed the Piranha Plant, and then was off to the Minus World. Level minus 1
I give it better than 4. I'll give it 5.5 out of 10.
Except underwater with enemies from a castle level, complete with Princess Toadstool and Bowser. It makes for a convoluted looking stage, but the speedrun is pretty straightforward here. Oatax simply dodged enemies and swam to the end, reaching the underwater flagpole. Next up is Minus 2, a stage identical to 7-3 from the main game. Oatax had to run across the bridges while being careful to avoid flying Cheep Cheeps and Koopas. Sometimes Cheep Cheeps can get in the way, but Oatax handled it beautifully and beat the level while barely hesitating. And now for level minus 3. This one is really weird. It's an underground version of the 4-4 castle level with underwater enemies like bloopers. Now normally, 4-4 is a maze where you have to take the correct path. If you take one of the top paths, you loop back to the start. But in minus 3, that pattern isn't active, and the top paths instead lead to a wall. There's no getting through to that. So, Oatax had to navigate his way to the bottom, then he was home free to run to the end and touch the axe. That's all it took. 5 levels and Oatax was done in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. For the first world record of a category, this was already looking pretty optimized. He barely slowed down anywhere, never got hit by anything, and that's why it still stands as the record today. Just kidding. He beat this run literally the very next day. On September 10th, Oatax improved his record by 3 seconds, taking it from a 2:45 to a 2:42. The time save came from a couple spots. He grabbed the power-ups just the same, but at the end of 1-2, he came to a stop and did the minus world clip much quicker. It was enough to save him 5 frame rolls. What's a frame roll? Well, last year, a YouTuber named Beryllium, or something like that, tried to explain it, but he used bus skip, which is obviously cheating. So, here's a proper explanation from the reigning record holder. Super Mario Bros. Has something called the frame roll system. The game can only send you to the next level every 21 frames, or every 0.35 seconds. This amount of time is known as a frame roll. So in each level, you can only gain or lose time in frame rolls, increments of 0.35 seconds. Imagine a bus at the end of every level that leaves every 0.35 seconds. If you miss one, you'll have to wait for the next one. So that means if you want to save time in a level, you have to be fast enough to catch the next bus, or you won't gain anything. Oatax did the minus world clip fast enough that he gained an entire 5 frame rolls over his previous run. -1 and -2 were completely identical to the record, so entering -3, he had exactly a 1.75 second lead. But in -3, the frame roll system doesn't apply, since timing ends immediately upon touching the axe. So every frame saved or lost counts in this level. And Oatax had a brilliant new strategy. Instead of navigating through the maze, he just jumped up top and ran on the ceiling, all the way to the end of the level. Simple, but effective, and it saved another 1.5 seconds. That was 2 records in 2 days for Oatax. The pioneer of real-time minus world ending speedruns, he'd done an excellent job. No mistakes, some clever strategies, and fantastic execution, culminating in a time of 2 minutes and 42 seconds. How much more could you really save across just 5 levels? Well, more than you might think. Just a month later, Oatax's run was beaten by an entire 5 seconds. The runner's name was Saradoc. A year later, he'd go on to take the any% record from Andrew G. But now, in October 2013, he was just starting out. And he had some ideas on how to improve the minus world record. The first idea was quite simple. There was no need to pick up the Fire Flower. While you need to be big to do the minus world clip, the Fire Flower is just for clearing out enemies, so there was no actual need to pick it up. Saradoc's second idea came from Happy Lee's TAS of the category, a strange trick at the end of -1. It looks like this. This is the full flagpole glitch. To end the level in Super Mario Bros., Mario first has to touch a flagpole and then touch an invisible block in the castle to trigger the timer countdown. First the flagpole, then the block. But in certain scenarios, it's possible to clip into this block and grab the flagpole at a lower height, then bounce out of it and contact this block instead. It instantly triggers the timer countdown, with no need to slide down and walk all the way to the castle block. Now, you can't just jump and grab the flagpole this low. You need very specific conditions for this to work. The most famous example is in 8-2, where you can bounce off a bullet bill just low enough to grab the flagpole in the block. Here, it's commonly referred to as the bullet bill glitch. But as it turns out, it also works with swimming physics. By doing a frame-perfect A-press on the way to the pole, you'll clip into the block and perform the full flagpole glitch. And the full flagpole glitch saves 8 frame rolls. This was too good to pass up. Saradoc began implementing it in his runs, and on October 21st, he had a run to -1 that nailed it. But then... This is the one problem with the full flagpole glitch. You have to land immediately next to the flagpole and swim, or else the timer ticks over to a 3 and you get 3 fireworks to waste a second. Saradoc landed just a tiny bit too far left and it cost him a second. But it still netted him time overall, and when combined with the Fire Flower skip, he achieved a huge new world record of 2:37. A few days later, Saradoc came back and played the same run, but skipped the fireworks at -1. The final time was 2:35.99. Then, the category settled down for several months, as most players focused on the bigger name categories, Any% and Warpless. But in 2015, Saradoc came back to Minus World Ending. He managed to squeeze out one more frame roll in 1-2, and did a clip in -3 to get to the ceiling faster. These tricks saved about 0.7 seconds combined, and his final time was 235.27. By the time 2016 came around, Minus World Ending had essentially been the same for years. Saradoc was still the record holder, and there was no obvious time save remaining. Yet, while that category had been stagnant, the rest of the game had been undergoing a transformation. A player came along and began laying waste to Super Mario Bros. Records, achieving times in all categories that were previously thought impossible. This player's name was Darbian.
We're all just young boys on Twitch.
That April, he set a legendary world record in Any%.
Oh my god!
A few months later, he got the Warpless record too.
Yes!
Eventually, he set records in the All-Stars version as well.
Done.
In 2016, Darbian was the premier player of Super Mario Bros. By that November, he had 4 out of 5 main category records. The only one he was missing was the Minus World Ending, still held by Saradoc. Darbian didn't particularly care about this record, but he was also so close to a leaderboard sweep. If he could beat the Minus World record, then he would hold all 5.
What? Kitty, why are you biting me so much, man?
10%.
Kitty, come
We
on!
did it. Congrats. Warpless, we did it. Congrats. 90% All-Stars, we did it. Congrats. Warpless All-Stars, we did it. Congrats.
So, Darbian began practicing. Only problem was there wasn't much time to save over Saradoc's record. He hadn't left anything on the table, and there were no obvious mistakes. But Darbian eventually identified one spot where he could save time, on the axe grab at the end of -3. Saradoc grabbed it 1 frame too far forward, meaning timing stopped a frame later than necessary. If Darbian landed on the first frame of the axe, he could beat the world record by 1 frame. It wasn't much, but it would be enough to get the leaderboard sweep, and that's all Darbian wanted. On November 30th, he had a run with a fast clip in 1-2. Then in -1, he got the full flagpole glitch.
Got it.
After finishing -2, Darbian was tied with the record. Just 1 more level to go. If he could get the wall clip and then get a better axe grab, he might be able to get the record here.
We tied it. Unless we got a better axe grab.
Darbian went to frame count the run. He looked at the axe grab, and it turned out he did indeed save that 1 frame. New world record, 235.26. Darbian was the undisputed champ of Super Mario Bros. He officially had the 5 out of 5 leaderboard sweep, and the Minus World Ending record seemed to be approaching the absolute limit.
Bliss is a global leader in cybersecurity, securing what matters most.
With new Jefferson, clean smells as a field. Signature seasoning and buttery flavor in every twist. God's sensational seasoned pretzels.
Yeah, let's supercharge this trick shot.
Hey, Kitty, don't chew that shit! Come on, no, stop!
First up, let me show you how it's done. Yes. Okay, folks, look, think fast. It's time to make some waves. Whoa, that is sick.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible.
The Minus World Ending record seemed to be approaching the absolute limit. So now, we were at a breaking point. Darbian got all frame rolls that Saradoc got, and saved the frame on the axe. Where do we even go from here? Well, in 2017, that question was answered. because longtime runner Andrew G started looking at Minus World ending. Andrew G is a Mario legend. He's best known for holding the game's most prestigious record, any percent, for 7 years straight. By 2017, though, he'd been out of it for a while, having passed the torch to Saradoc and Darbian. But the game still piqued his interest from time to time, and now, Minus World ending had his attention. As good as Darbian's run was, Andrew wondered if there was more he could get out of it. Perhaps these 5 levels weren't actually perfect, specifically level 1-2. Darbian picked up the mushroom in this level, and its only purpose was to make the Minus World glitch possible. If only you could go to the Minus World as Small Mario. You could skip the mushroom altogether and save over a second. Well, Andrew G knew there actually was one way to do this. This is the 1-2 pipe clip. This was first used in a 2004 task by Mana. It skips the mushroom and is the fastest way to get to the Minus World. And the problem is it wasn't humanly possible. When you're running out of wall, it's possible to be barely outside it on one frame and barely inside it on the next. The game responds by ejecting you out in the opposite direction that you're moving. But if you switch to left on the D-pad once entering the wall, the game instead tries to eject you out to the right, effectively sucking you further into the wall. That's the basis of how the pipe clip works. You have to slow to walking speed just before the pipe, press jump for just one frame so you don't go too high, then tap left at the correct moment to clip inside, and eventually resume running. It was just too hard to string all that together, so real-time runners barely bothered looking at it. That is, until Happy Lee posted a Human Theory speedrun of 1-2 that involved doing the clip from a save state. He clearly showed what inputs needed to be done, and while it was difficult, it was enough to make Andrew G think that maybe it was possible. And it certainly would be worth trying. The 1-2 pipe clip saves an entire 8 frame rolls, although you give some of that back in -3 by not being able to do the ceiling clip. If Andrew could hit this in a run, he could blow the door off the record, but actually hitting it was much easier said than done. After hundreds of tries, Andrew finally managed to pull it off, entering the pipe to the Minus World. He was now nearly 3 seconds ahead of the record. With a lead this big, Andrew could afford to play the rest of the run super safe. So in -1, he set up the full flagpole glitch very carefully by walking up to the pole. It cost a second, but he was still ahead overall. And in -3, he lost another second by having to navigate the maze normally. That still left him with a small lead.
I don't know. World record?
Yes, Andrew, a world record. 234.80. This is exactly what Andrew was looking for. He built a big lead with the pipe clip, then bled just enough time to still beat Darbian. There was a decent amount of time save possible in -1 and -3, but just getting the 1-2 pipe clip in a run was hard enough. And Andrew decided he was done for now. He moved on, and the Minus World record stayed put at 234. A few months passed with nobody trying to challenge Andrew's record. The main reason was the pipe clip. Even though it was only a minute into the run, it was still out of reach for most players. Few could do what Andrew G could do. But if someone else could pull it off, then improving the rest of the run wouldn't be too hard. It all came down to one question. Who else could get the pipe clip? Well, in August 2017, 4 months after Andrew G's 234, a couple new contenders emerged. They weren't record holders like Andrew, but they were very good players in their own right. And most importantly, after much practice, they were able to build a little bit of consistency with the pipe clip. Their names were Merrick and Solo Q. Merrick was a runner who specialized in side categories, like Beat Stage 5-4 and All Coin Heavens. Solo Q was a top 10 any percent runner, with a respectable personal best of 457. Neither one had Andrew's speedrunning resume, yet they both felt like they could take his Minus World ending record. Their plan was to match Andrew's run, but with the faster full flagpole glitch. If either of them could pull this off, they would get the first ever 233 in Minus World ending history. By mid-August, Solo Q had moved into second and Merrick was in third. Both were making progress. The world record was within reach. On August 20th, Merrick had a run that lost a frame rule in 1-1, then had a slow 1-2 clip to lose another frame rule. Still, when he got the fast full flagpole glitch, he gained 3 frame rules. He was now ahead of Andrew. This was a guaranteed world record as long as he didn't do anything dumb in -3. New world record. Andrew G had been dethroned. The final 3 levels of the run were amazing. The only time save potential was in World 1. Weeks later, Solo Q aimed to pick up that time. He got the 1-1 frame rule, then a fast clip in 1-2. Now, if he could hit the full flagpole glitch, he'd be on 233 pace.
Dude, is this actually it? Oh my god.
-2 went well, and although he lost a few frames in -3, Solo Q still closed out the run strongly. This run combined the World 1 from Andrew's run with every frame rule in the Minus World. It was, from Solo Q's perspective, essentially perfect. The only mistake he made was a few frames lost in the turnaround of -3. A while later, Merrick tried to save that time. He managed to match Solo Q's pace, but then lost the exact same amount of time in -3. He tied him. The world record was now 233.73, held by both Merrick and Solo Q. Mission accomplished for both players. As so often occurs in speedrunning, this peak of Minus World ending competition was followed by a valley of inactivity. Over on the other categories, the any% world record had just changed hands again, going from Darbian to longtime record contender Cosmic.
Yes!
This wasn't Cosmic's first record. He'd held both the any% and warpless records on multiple occasions. And now, after getting yet another world record, a third category started to pique his interest.
This is perfect timing, by the way, because today in the mail I got my Famicom disc version of this game. It has the different Minus World, so I'll be doing Minus World ending world record attempts.
This was gonna be good. No disrespect to Merrick or Solo Q, both great speedrunners, but Cosmic was a different beast. Time and time again, he'd beaten everyone else and risen to the very top of some quite competitive leaderboards. He was probably the absolute best Super Mario Bros. Player on the planet. Now, he was about to see what he could do to Minus World ending. And even though there's only 5 levels, Cosmic had a few tricks up his sleeve. The first trick was in 1-2. To get to the Minus World, instead of using the pipe clip, Cosmic planned to do a wall clip. This looks like it shouldn't be possible. It all has to do with Mario's subpixel value. Mario visually moves in pixels, but his positioning updates more often than that. Depending on Mario's subpixel value, his exact position slightly changes, and it alters how much he can clip into walls. Tiny things change his subpixels. When you press V, when you press left and right, and how long, practically anything when you're not at full speed. So, runners need to find subpixel setups to make wall clips possible. And the setup for the 1-2 wall clip was found by someone named John Smith. Just kidding. It was found by XX420BlazeIt XX. BlazeIt's setup was simple. You push B on the correct frame when starting the level. This always sets up your subpixels to make the wall clip possible. The wall clip was easier overall than the pipe clip, so Cosmic could get more runs to the Minus World. Another trick he planned to go for? The flagpole glitch. This is a trick commonly used in top any% runs, but hadn't yet been brought to Minus World ending. By doing a precise setup discovered by Sockfolder, you can clip into the base of the flagpole and grab the pole lower than normal. This triggers a condition in the game where the flag doesn't come down. You save one frame rule by skipping that animation. The flagpole glitch can be used in 1-1 and -2. It's similar to -1's full flagpole glitch, but is harder and doesn't save as much time. Speaking of the full flagpole glitch, Cosmic had a small improvement there too. He switched to holding down and right while approaching the flagpole. This made him slow down less when touching the ground, giving him a bigger window to land and still avoid fireworks. That's 3 new tricks Cosmic could use. Down plus right on the -1 flagpole, the 1-2 wall clip, and the flagpole glitch in 1-1 and -2. This all had major implications on the run. Here's a visual history of the Minus World ending record up to now. You can see how runners chipped away over time until plateauing in the 233 range. But now, these new strats kinda changed everything. Thanks to flagpole glitch and a potential 1-2 time save, the human limit was a mid-232. There was a long road ahead to actually get there, but Cosmic could get it started right now. He got to work trying to implement as much as he could.
No way that just happened. I jumped, holy cow. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough.
It took him just 3 days. The record was now a half-second lower. The game didn't even know what hit it. Cosmic was way ahead on the leaderboards. Merrick saw what Cosmic had done. He was still interested in competing for the record, but the problem was the flagpole glitch. It's an extremely hard trick, with multiple frame-perfect inputs and more. Cosmic had years of experience going for it in 80% runs, so it wasn't too hard for him to implement in Minus World ending. Merrick struggled with it. When he could match Cosmic everywhere else, the flagpole glitch was different. He practiced the trick, yet couldn't build consistency with it. But there was another way Merrick could save time. If he went for the pipe clip and did it really fast, it could save a frame roll over the wall clip. That eliminated the need for the flagpole glitch. This was Merrick's path to beating Cosmic, despite playing from behind and not being a record holder. He'd need all of his capable frame rolls and a great -3. In March, Merrick started whittling down his personal best, slowly closing in on the record. And on the 28th, he found himself in -3, tied with the record. It would all come down to the turnaround. That was just about perfect. It saved 4 frames and was a new world record. Cosmic himself was quite impressed. He'd flat out been beaten. But Cosmic knew he could still improve it with flagpole glitch. If he weren't for it in 1-1 and -2, he could even afford to lose the 1-2 frame rule. That August, that's the type of run Cosmic went for. First, he tied Merrick to the frame, then he got a very low 233, before finally getting the world's first 232.
Perfect speedrun.
Cosmic now had both flagpole glitches, the pipe clip, the full flagpole glitch, and a fast -3. It was now really hard for anyone else to compete with this. Only someone with a main category world record could pull off a 232 in Minus World ending. Cosmic was just flat out the best Super Mario Bros. Player. And as long as that stayed true, the Minus World ending record was all his. This is Sumwes, and on October 22nd, 2018, he took Cosmic's any percent record. Sumwes was a gamer. He'd been battling for this record for months now. finally pulling ahead and cementing the top spot on the leaderboard.
What the fuck?
He had all the skills Cosmic had, and now, after taking his any percent record, he was ready to go after Cosmic's minus world-ending record too. Now, here's the thing. The only difference between the record and the human limit was one more frame rule in 1-2. Cosmic played the pipe clip safe by slowing to walking speed early. If Sunwest went faster, he'd save 0.35 seconds. And that was it. The record got all other frame rules and a perfect turnaround in -3. It was really quite simple for Sunwest. There was only one improvement to make. His perfect run would be a 232.48. West started playing for the record, and quickly he got himself a 233.5, with time losses in 1-1, 1-2, and -3. Still, not a bad result for one day of work. He kept going, and minutes later, he got on another run. Here we are, -3 on perfect pace. If West could play a good -3, then this was going to be it.
Is this it? With the cat
AI is ready to work for you with digital assistants powered by Dell AI Factory videos. Personalizing shopping experiences for customers. And analyzing sales to keep your inventory in stock. So you always have what you need to keep your business moving forward.
When was the last time we took a break? Sad does not just dopamine us. We all deserve a moment to recharge and revitalize ourselves. Tea break! Let's make tea breaks happen! It's time for tea break. It's time for tea break.
It was over. Sunwest had just gotten a 232.48. All frame rules were matched, and -3 was perfect. The congratulations poured in as Sunwest celebrated with his cap. The human limit was officially reached, and this was the end of the minus world ending world record. At least, as it was currently understood. While the boundaries of the human limit seemed to be set in stone, maybe they could be adjusted. If a human viable time safe was found, then the human limit would be lowered. We just have to find a new way to save time. But as we know, there's only 5 levels to search through. Is it actually possible to go faster in any of them? Well, let's see what players currently did. In 1-1, players ran through without stopping, then did a flagpole glitch. No possible time save there. In 1-2, players mostly ran through without stopping. They technically slowed down a tiny bit for the pipe clip, but not much. There's no quicker way to get through the wall to the minus wall. In -1, players swam through without stopping, then did a full flagpole glitch. No way to improve over that. In -2, players ran through without stopping, then did a flagpole glitch. Obviously, no improvements possible. That left just one level, -3. This level does have the turnaround. You have to backtrack, so skipping that would save time. The problem, of course, is taking the other path leads you to a wall. If only you could just go through the wall. You know, something like this. Oh hey, there's an idea. This is similar to the wall flip method in 1-2. You can partially land just inside the wall, then repeatedly jump to fully enter it. Now, for years, this trick was known, but seemed out of the question. Players jumped at the wall but never made it inside. But in 2018, it was 420 Blaze It to the rescue. He found a sub-pixel setup. By buffering jump to start the level, then pressing B while Mario falls off the last step, you'll be able to clip inside the wall. It wasn't easy, but this setup made it a viable trick. It saved about half a second. The human limit had just been lowered again. If a player could get all the flagpole glitches, the pipe clip, all the frame rules possible, and then hit the -3 wall clip, they could just barely get a 231. That's what SumWest decided to go for. The first step was making it back to -3 tied with the record, which wasn't easy. He poured hundreds of attempts in, trying to make every trick line up. Finally, a few weeks later, had another chance. As he entered -3, if he could now hit the wall flip, the 231 would be his. His game crashed. -3 is pure evil. He couldn't stop now. He'd come so close. SumWest kept trying, and his attempt counter really started to pile up. A couple weeks later, he did finally get the wall flip on a run that lost the frame rule in 1-1 for a small record. But a few hundred attempts later, SumWest had another golden chance. He picked up the 1-1 frame rule, then maintained his pace over the next 3 levels. Another chance at the 231, if he could hit the wall.
Yes!
That was it. SumWest had done it again. As soon as there was a chance to match the human limit, he was all over it. A run with all frame rules and the wall flip. Now, there is a tiny gap between this run and the human limit. And that's because -3 doesn't operate on the frame rule system. Every frame counts in this level. And while SumWest got a fast wall flip, it was technically possible to save a few more frames here. Depending on how you jump and the way you match, it's possible for the wall to suck you in a bit smoother. So technically West's run was marginally improvable. The run was roughly perfect, not literally perfect. Over the next several months, while there was a lot of -world ending activity, nobody could compete with SumWest. By early 2019, 3 runners had tied Cosmic's second place run: GT Ace, Royalty, and the former record holder, Merrick. The main difference with these 4 runs is that they didn't go for the -3 wall flip, except for Merrick, who, as we know, didn't do flagpole glitches. Unless these guys were willing to implement a hard trick at the very end of the run, they wouldn't be able to catch SumWest. Who would have the guts to go for it?
What
Then,
the
all of
fuck?
a sudden in January, the competition picked up again. Someone decided they wanted to shave off those last few frames. This made sense. Cosmic had competed with West before, maybe he could do it again. And over the past couple years, he got even better at flagpole glitches. This time, he'd have to go for the perfect pipe flip and then an even faster wall flip at -3. It was tough, but doable for a player of his caliber. Alright, Cosmic, let's see what you can do.
Why? I don't know the problem. Okay. It's nice when you get a second shot of life. No. We're so close. We're so close. He just didn't get running speed.
This would have been it, but he couldn't go running speed before jumping out of the wall. It ended up costing him the record. Shortly after this, 420 Blaze It came back and made yet another huge discovery. It was a faster sub-pixel setup for the wall flip. You do a full jump off the last 2 frames of the block, then let go of B in the air and repress it the frame after landing. It was harder than the old setup, but saved an entire 8 frames. This pushed the human limit to the 231.8 range and raised the stakes for competition. Then, another of the tied runners decided to try making a move, GTAce. GTAce had never held an any percent record, but he still had a pretty incredible track record, being the former Warpless world record holder. After setting a personal best only 3 frames off Sunwest's record, he managed to hit the faster subpixel setup in the run. Now, if he could get a good clip, this would be a new record.
Modern physics, engineering, and math.
It wasn't a great clip, but thanks to the 8 frames saved on the setup, he wound up beating Sunwest by 1 frame, just a tiny bit closer to the human limit. It was around this time that yet another runner started going for the Midas World Ending record. He was an up-and-comer with a lot of talent. If he could get this, it would be his first ever Super Mario Bros. World record. This runner's name was Niftsky.
Like the normal Midas World, it just said infinite moving water section.
Niftsky felt that with Blazit's faster setup and a good clip, a time around 231.8 was realistic. But he'd have to beat out players like Cosmic and GTAce to do it, both tried and true record holders. Still, Niftsky's flagpole glitch and pipe clip consistency was pretty good. He just had to make it to -3 with a chance. And on February 11th, he'd get his shot.
Yes, please. Dude, that was it! When I hit the timer, that was it! That had to be it! Oh my god!
This was an amazing ball flip. When combined with the faster setup, it was a big cut off the record. Although he stopped his timer early, the run was quickly retimed as a 231.80. Once again, roughly matching the human limit. And Niftsky didn't stop there. Later, Blazit found yet another faster subpixel setup that shaved 4 frames off the human limit. Guess what Niftsky did next?
Oh my god, is that it? There's no way.
Other runners tried to compete with Niftsky. Cosmic, GTAce, and Screwzian all had runs that got the wall clip on pace. But time and time again, they were just a bit too slow. And instead, it was Niftsky finding faster setups and getting the wall clips.
Oh my god! Yes! Yes! Oh my god!
By late 2020, Niftsky had taken the time down to 231.65. And this time, the human limit was actually solidified. It had been slightly lowered recently because of faster setups, but now, Niftsky was doing a fast acceleration to start the level and a fast wall clip. You couldn't go any quicker. Combine that with all frame rules being matched up to -3, and Niftsky had taken the run to its actual human limit, 231.65. So, maybe we have to go past the human limit. This is the task of Midas World Ending, 230.10. It represents a theoretical perfect speedrun. A task is created by using save states, slowdown, even frame by frame, letting you do the exact moves you want through the whole game. A task lets you do tricks that are too hard for humans to perform in real time. The difference between Niftsky's record and the task is just over a second and a half. Where on earth can you save that much time? Well, it's all from 2 levels, -2 and -3. The task saves a few frames in -3 from a perfect clip and fast accelerations. And in -2, it saves an entire 4 frame rules. How? Well, by doing this. This is the -2 full flagpole glitch. It is the hardest trick in the task by an enormous margin, discovered by Tasser Happy League in 2009. The end result is similar to the -1 full flagpole glitch, But setting it up is a different story. It was hard enough that real-time runners didn't even bother looking at it for years. But the 4 frame rules of time save eventually became too tantalizing. In 2019, former record holder Merrick did some research to find a setup, and this nightmare chain of inputs is what he found. You have to jump on this specific frame for exactly 6 frames, let go of B in the air, and then repress it on this exact frame after landing. Then, after holding right, you must switch to holding left on the very next frame, a nearly impossible task on an original beat. Then you let go of left and switch back to right 2 frames later, and finally switch back to left once more to enter the wall. You run to the flagpole, and on the correct frame, you press jump for exactly 1 frame. If all this is done correctly, you'll clip into the base of the flagpole and complete the full flagpole glitch. Merrick practiced all this for months. Eventually, he was able to get the clip in real time from the save state, but it was way too inconsistent to be considered for runs. Besides, at that point in 2019, the world record wasn't as optimized. So, runners shelved the trick until they really needed it. Well, a couple years later, that time had come. Nifsky had run out of time saves, and had to start looking at the -2 play. Luckily, in the past year, there had been some developments. Kriller37 found a slightly better setup. It avoided the awkward 6-frame jump and made the clip a little easier, but added in a frame-perfect downwards right press. And Nifsky himself found a visual cue to help with the setup. It was still an insanely hard trick, but not quite as insane as it was a year ago. Just enough to give him hope that maybe he could hit it in a run eventually and get a shot at -3. After extensive practice, Nifsky decided that it was time. He was going to go for -2 FFPG in attempts, and he had a game plan for how to do so. Since the trick was so hard but saved so much time, he was going to take other tricks out of the run, at least for now. Later, once he got a world record with -2 FFPG, he'd slowly add the other tricks back into the run. So, for now, he decided to skip both the 1-1 flagpole glitch and the -3 clip. That let him maximize his tries at the -2 FFPG. Over the following weeks, Nifsky did hundreds of attempts. Many made it to -2, but none got the FFPG. If he could land it once, he'd be home free in -3. Even that was too much to ask. The trick was just too hard. Until one day, in January 2021.
Finally! One more time! Come on, finish it! Don't choke. This is the only part we don't have to choke, and this is record. Yes! Grab the axe. Let's go! Everybody went up forward! Yes!
At long last, Nifsky had hit the -2 FFPG. The record was taken to a place once considered completely out of the question. This is what speedrunners do. They make the impossible possible, and the term human limit becomes meaningless. Now, Nifsky had a new task in front of him. Add back in the other tricks, and make the world record literally perfect. And with artificial limitations out of the way, there was nothing stopping him.
Yes! Yes! I know! Is that it?
Years of playing, thousands of attempts building his skills, and Nifsky has brought the record just 7 frames from perfection. Over that time, Mitsuki became by far the best Super Mario Bros. Player in the world. He now holds all main category records, some of them by relatively huge margins. But even he's not sure if the final 7 frames in Minus World ending will ever be saved. 2 of those frames come from faster methods of acceleration. The other 5 come from the clip itself. You need a precise angle to save a jump in the wall, frame-perfect mashing, and a perfect right repress out of the clip. A perfect stage -3 has never been done before, let alone at the end of a perfect paced run. But who knows? Maybe one day, the limits will change again. All these runners, all their efforts, have all built up to this. The story of how speedrunners completely mastered a category, and their chase for a never-ending human limit. Thanks for watching. For a behind-the-scenes look at how I made this video and storylines that I couldn't include, join my Patreon page. I only charge when I upload a video. Thanks.
Is it enduring, and it is personally blessed us in the hardest time in life when we're going through medical issues and our medical bills are piling up. It's such a
This is Abney317. He's speedrunning Mario Kart 64, specifically the game's 150cc skips category. It involves racing through all 16 tracks as fast as possible, while allowing you to perform any of the game's numerous shortcuts. Abney has been dominating this category for years. He got the world record in February 2015, and now 5.5 years later, he's still never given it up. But it's not just that Abney holds the record. Here, this is the leaderboard. We see some times in the 28s and high 27s, and unsurprisingly, ahead of them all is Matthias Rosemeyer with a remarkable 27.06. And then there's Abney, making a joke of the competition. This was how the category had been for the better part of a decade. And a big reason why is because during that time, hardly anything new had been found. Mario Kart 64 had established shortcuts, many of which had been discovered literal decades ago. There had been a few minor improvements, but by 2020, there had been nothing substantial for years. Sure, every now and then a random internet user would claim to have found something, but there was always some issue. It didn't actually save time, or had been found already, or was flat out fake. So, with no improvements, Abney was able to dominate. Nobody could catch up to him without new strategies. And this brings us to August 2nd, 2020. Abney was doing attempts to improve his own world record when suddenly he gets a message from somebody new, claiming to have made a large discovery.
Can you send me a video about the large discovery? Post it on Discord? I don't know.
This had happened before. Just another random viewer trying to get the streamer's attention.
I'm gonna see what this guy's large discovery is.
But still, he had to take a look, just so he could rule it out and get back to his attempts.
is actually... Holy cow. This is an actual new shortcut. What?
Abney didn't know it yet, but this discovery was the first of several. And his world record, it was about to become very vulnerable. This is his quest to hang on to it. But first, I want to tell you about this video's sponsor, Opera GX. Opera GX is basically the speedrunner's version of a web browser. They found some of the biggest time saves in browsing history. Does your computer ever lag because Chrome or Firefox is using too much memory? Well, you can perform a trick called lag skip. By using GX Control in Opera GX, you'll reduce slowdowns and save precious time. But what about having to import all your settings and bookmarks from your previous web browser? Well, Opera GX found a skip for that too. By utilizing their quick import tool, you skip wasting time and instantly have everything transferred over. They've also got GX mods, where you can quickly modify background music, keyboard and tab sounds, browser and wallpaper visuals, and much more. Then there's GX Corner, where you can stay up to date on gaming releases and uploads from your favorite YouTubers. See their 12 latest videos only by using my dedicated tracking link. If you want the fastest and best browsing experience, download Opera GX using my link in the description and pinned comment. Abney's mind was blown. His chat was losing their minds. And it all stemmed from Forest64, a viewer who had never posted in chat before today. This is what was on the video that Forest sent to Abney. Royal Raceway, the 11th track in the run. Forest immediately turned around at the start and drove over some grass, then grabbed an item, triple red shells. He then drove back across the finish line and carefully positioned himself. He fired a red shell, precisely drove into it, and was launched on top of the wall. Lakitu set him down behind the finish line, and the game counted it as a lap. Forrest repeated this twice, skipped 2 more laps, and just like that, one of the game's longest courses was finished in just 1 minute. The Royal Raceway did have shortcuts before this, but they were relatively minor. You typically finish in about 1:40. So as soon as Abney saw this video, he knew the run was changing forever. Perhaps even more curious than the shortcut itself was the guy who discovered it. He was simply known as Forest64.
Yeah, some random dude in the chat just found it.
In the past, when shortcuts were found, it was usually by an established expert, either a tool-assisted speedrunner or a player with thousands of hours in the game. But Forrest? Nobody in the community had heard of him before. Well, Forrest first played the game in 2017, but didn't submit his runs since he played on Wii U Virtual Console, which was banned. He began tasking the game for fun and became an expert on how the game's shortcuts worked. He was perfectly happy staying in the background and not interacting with the community. But then he found the Royal Raceway shortcut and felt compelled to tell people about it. So he did. The inner workings of this shortcut are quite complicated, but here's a rundown of it. By driving over certain regions away from the main track, like this part of the grass, the game sees that you've skipped over a decent portion of the track, and it responds by storing your current position in memory. If you then land on specific polygons, like the top of the wall, the game takes the position stored in its memory to determine where you are. So, Lakitu sets you down near the grass where
Denise, this is Eric, the piano tuner from Thumbtack. I saw you just put in a request to get your piano tuned. It's an upright. I just wanted to give you a call to see how soon you wanted to get that done. Please call me back. My number is 216-882-8297. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Position was stored, the game thinks you've driven a full lap, and you can drive forward to complete it. This was a miracle. Look, random people claim things all the time on the internet, especially when it comes to speedrunning. But this random guy, Forrest64, had actually found something. It was incredible. And Mario Kart 64 would probably never see something like this again. If it didn't happen again the very next day. On August 3rd, 2020, someone else sent a private message. It was another guy that nobody in the community had heard of before. And once again, he was claiming that he'd found a new shortcut. And guess what? He was absolutely right. Rainbow Road. Just like the last shortcut, you turn around at the start and go grab red shells. You then drive forward and stop next to the finish line. By firing a red shell behind you, then driving into it, you tumble over the edge in front of the finish line. After you fall for a while and stop tumbling, the game actually lets you back up in midair, and you can cross back behind the finish line. So, when Lakitu brings you back, you're behind the finish line, and the game gives you credit for having driven a full lap. The guy who discovered this one is named Garrett Bracel. He apparently found it one day back in the 90s, when he knocked his friend over the edge with a red shell and the game gave him credit for a lap. He assumed the community knew about it and never brought it up. But when he saw a speedrun where players did a slower skip with a green shell, he decided he should mention it to someone. He was right. His red shell skip was faster by a solid 30 seconds. It had been decades since an outsider had found a new shortcut. Now, by sheer coincidence, it had happened twice in 2 days by 2 separate people. But while Garrett's shortcut was a one-off thing, Forrest was still looking for more. And over the next few days, he'd come up with yet another one, this time on Toad's Turnpike. The setup is a little too complicated to explain here, but it involves a lot of getting stuck in the railing and driving over the grass next to the track. The end result is being able to hop into the railing next to the finish line and skipping a lap each time. 45 seconds on Royal Raceway, 30 seconds on Rainbow Road, and now 55 seconds on Toad's Turnpike. In the span of a week, more than 2 minutes of time saved were added to the run. Abney was still way ahead of the pack, but if he didn't take advantage of this, there was potential for these guys to catch him. So, Abney got to work. Despite the massive potential for time save, this still wasn't going to be easy. The Royal Raceway skip was extremely tough. You had to time your collision perfectly, or you weren't making it on top of the wall. Still, the world record started to pour in. 25-29, then 25-25.
25-25.
On September 7th, Abney had his best chance yet. A potential mid-24 minute run with 3 courses left. But standing in his way was Yoshi Valley. If you get a speed item like a mushroom or star, you can jump over the fence and hit a seam on the wall. This causes you to skip a lap upon being placed back down. Optimally, if you want to get triple mushrooms, you can do this 3 times, once per lap. But triple mushrooms is at best 25% likely. So, a decent backup is to drive around the rightmost path and hit this seam, which both skips a lap and moves you forward a bit upon respawning. It's slower than getting triple shrooms, but it still allows you to continue the run in most cases. So, Abney tried to get triple shrooms, but didn't get them. No big deal, he just had to hit the backup shortcut. But then...
Nah, dude, I went up. I'm losing fun. Nah, dude, runs over. Classic DK, shouldn't have done it, dude.
DK strikes again. Despite the 3 new shortcuts, there were still so many other courses that could kill the run. They hadn't gone anywhere.
Oh my god.
And besides that, to capitalize on the time saves in Royal Raceway and Rainbow Road, Abney had to get lucky with items. He needed triple reds, which is only 20% likely. You can sit on an item box repeatedly to get items, but it can waste a lot of time, especially if you get a star or gold mushroom. At the end of September, Abney would get another good chance. He had a solid run going, but then on Royal Raceway, he managed to get 6 red shells, some insurance just in case he missed the jump. But he ended up going 3 for 3, getting a half-minute time save.
Nice. Let's go, dude. Oh my god, I'm sitting at time. Here we go.
The next few courses were pretty standard, although falling in the water on Banshee Boardwalk cost a few seconds. And so, he entered Rainbow Road with a sizable lead. He needed to get red shells quickly and avoid big time wasters like a star or gold shroom.
Nice. Well, I pretty much have to get reds next time. It's kind of dead.
It wasn't quick, but he had the reds. No insurance this time. Now, he needed 3 hits in a row.
Oh my god. Crazy. 2509.
This was the biggest cut off the record since 2017, and despite having obvious slowdowns, it felt good to make progress. Looking at the leaderboard, there was still no real threat to Abney. Climate-T had moved into 2nd place, but he was over 1 minute and 40 seconds behind. So, Abney decided to take a break, resting assured that his world record was safe. Or was it? There was now a little bit of competition. Neither runner was that close to the record, but they were closer than anybody had been in years. In 3rd place was Samek, just over 1 minute away. He had a pretty quick rise up the leaderboard in late 2020, and his 2614 featured all 3 new shortcuts. His biggest downfall was the fact that he had less experience than Abney, so his driving was less precise and he bled time across the run. And in 2nd place was Kazuya. His rise was a little more slow and steady, but it ultimately led to him being the 2nd to get a sub-26 minute run. He could also drive a little bit quicker than Samek, but it was still a disadvantage compared to Abney. Kazuya and Samek were mainly in a battle with each other for 2nd place, but they were close enough to make Abney return to the game, knowing there was still plenty of time to save. And on his first session back, Abney got on this run.
One of my best drivers ever, man.
Hello? Oh, hi. Yes, Denise. I saw you from Thumbtack. Is that correct? Perfect. Can you tell me a little bit about your piano, please? Could you tell me a little bit about your piano, please? Okay, well that was just my big question. I was just concerned to make sure all the keys were functioning. Okay, no broken strings or anything, right? Okay. And okay, so in here I saw you said it's been over about 2 years since it's been tuned. Is that correct? Oh, at least. Okay. All right, and you're in Akron, was that correct, Denise? Okay. All right, well, my regular fee that's listed on there is just for like a regular 6-month interval tuning. That's $150 for pianos that are more than a semitone or over a year. My flat fee is $250, and it's going to take, for piano, like you described, has not been tuned, it'll take me up to 3 hours, for sure, definitely 2 hours at least. So I should be able to do it 2, but max 3 if it's really, really flat. But you mentioned it's good condition and everything, so I don't see why I should have any problems with it being tuned. How soon are you looking to get this done, Denise? Yeah, okay, let me see. Let me check my schedules right here. Today's the soonest I could come out tomorrow. I mean if you wanted that early. If not, I can do any time this week actually for you. Okay. Okay, all right. Would you want to do Tuesday morning? Okay, or is okay? Yes, let's do Tuesday. Actually, sorry, that works for me too. Okay, Tuesday is 10 a.m. good for you, Denise? Okay, and what's your address? Can you spell that for me, please, Amir? Oh, like the dictionary. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna double check to see. I'm pretty sure it looks close to Merriman. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's it. That's really interesting. Okay, so let me see. I accept. 4413. Okay, perfect. 44313. Okay, perfect. Okay, as long as it's Akron. I'm based in Cleveland, but I serve all the way down to Canton, Akron, so that's perfectly fine. Let me just double check your numbers. 1135. Is that correct? Merriman Road. Okay, and then so the total will just be $250. I accept cash and check; those are easiest. And if you would like digital payments, I accept through Zelle or okay, let's Zelle. Yeah. Okay, Zelle. All right. Well then, let me see, Denise. I'll see you Tuesday at 10 a.m. then. Okay. Bye bye.
corners pop at night. Pop corners. Heard they're the cat's meow.
It's a good thing pops. That's right. Knock yourself out.
Delicious.
What it takes to slay the dark dragon. Prove it.
When you want your holiday to feel like a holiday,
Hi guys. Welcome.
it matters where you stay. Book your holiday stay with Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
No triple mushrooms, but that was okay. Abney had a backup plan. He'd drive over to a spot on the grass, then use his star to do the shortcut once and the golden shroom to do it again. It would only cost him a few seconds. Everything was okay.
Oh, I'm lost. I'm lost. No, dude. Why did I? Shouldn't have gone for it, dude. So dumb. When I go and look at my RNG calculations that I did, where it was like 1 in 900 chance of getting acceptable RNG, I got the RNG in this round. It's a roll.
Just one more course, Rainbow Road. But the red shell skip had not gone well for him lately. Good news was, he had a 20-second buffer to work with. If he could just get red shells and hit the trick, there was room for a big world record. But he needed to not miss. He had done it again. Right when Kazuya was starting to close in, Abney added another 18 seconds of separation. Kazuya and Samek had both made a good effort, but at the end of the day, this was Abney's category. He was just flat out better at it than everyone else. The new strategies had made things interesting, but not enough to ever lose the record. Kazuya had given it all he could, but he was never able to close the gap. He was a good player, but simply couldn't keep up with Abney. And with this world record, the most optimized one the game had seen in years, it was hopeless. There was nothing to do but watch it sit at the top of the leaderboard. Whoa. Something amazing has happened to Kazuya. He's getting times that nobody saw coming. His driving is better, he's hitting the shortcuts consistently, and it all culminated in a 23:40 from December 2021. It was an extremely similar run to what Abney got, getting red shells quickly everywhere and not missing a single one. Kazuya Kazuya was now 11 seconds from the world record. He'd been playing this game non-stop for over a year, and it was starting to look like it might pay off big time. Was he the real deal? Well, he continued on a while longer without any improvements. But in February 2022, he got on another run that saved time early thanks to getting a blue shell star combo on Calamari Desert. He saved more time with a clean Toad's Turnpike, and suddenly, he had a 15-second lead over his run. If he could preserve this the rest of the way, this run was going to be the world record. But still standing in his way was Royal Raceway. Like I said, Kazuya had gotten extremely consistent with these shortcuts. 5 courses from a world record. There were now 2 seconds between Abney and Kazuya. Had he not missed a jump on DK Jungle Parkway, or had he gotten triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley, this run would have been the world record. And someone other than Abney would be in the top spot for the first time in 7 years. Naturally, Abney came back to do more runs, trying to play defense and hang on to his record. But he struggled to get anything going. This record had been synonymous with him for close to a decade now. It was hard to believe that it might be coming to an end. All Kazuya needed was a run that kept it close into the Special Cup, where he could save a bunch of time and beat the world record. A few weeks later, Kazuya got on a run with a really clean Choco Mountain. It took a while to get red shells on Mario Raceway, but he got through it. He bled a little bit of time on Royal Raceway, but only a few seconds. This was the exact type of run he was looking for, a deficit that he could overcome in the Special Cup. So, Kazuya got to work. There it was. Kazuya had a 7-second lead into Rainbow Road. If he could get red shells, then hit the shortcut 3 times in a row, he was about to take the world record. 1 course to go. No red shells. Simple bad luck cost Kazuya the world record. This was the best chance he'd ever had to get it, and his time was running out. Abney and Kazuya were neck and neck. Each player was actively doing attempts to break the world record. Was Kazuya going to be able to take the record, or would Abney's record streak remain unbroken? It all came down to who could lower their time first. Well, in April 2022, one of these players broke through. After more than 50,000 attempts, Kazuya was the 150cc skips world record holder. Congratulations poured in across the community. It was just surreal to see a new name on top of the leaderboard. Kazuya had cut it close. He didn't get triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley, and it took some time to get red shells on Rainbow Road. But he had left just enough room and eked out a 1-second world record. As for Abney, there was nothing to be ashamed of. Kazuya had turned into a tremendous player, and Abney had certainly left his mark on the community already. It's extremely rare to hang on to a world record for as long as he did. There was absolutely no shame in passing the torch to Kazuya and riding off into the sunset, leaving a streak of 29 consecutive world records as your legacy. He could finally put the thousands of hours spent on this category behind him and move on with his speedrunning career. But Abney said, forget all that, and 5 days later, he did this.
Crazy.
Well, that didn't take long. It had taken Kazuya over a year of grinding to edge out the world record. It took Abney 5 days to thoroughly beat him back. This was a pretty wild run from start to finish. It began with triple reds plus star on Calamari Desert, and he just kept gaining time from there. After nailing Royal Raceway 3 out of 3, Abney was in position for a massive record. But then he kind of backed off. He bled a bit of time by playing the next courses safe, and then despite getting triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley, he lost 8 more seconds by really lining up the jumps carefully. This run actually had the RNG for a sub 23-minute run, but by playing it safe, Abney wound up with a 23-21. Still an excellent record, although it had the potential to be even better. Look, Abney may have briefly lost the world record to Kazuya, but it was only by 1 second. He had still held the record for all but 5 days of the past 7 years. All concerns of his demise had been greatly exaggerated. He just had a run go deep on pace for a sub 23, something Kazuya had never been close to. It was time to go for the kill and push the record out of reach.
Ah, man. I guess it is possible. Okay. Ah, it's over. Dude. Dang it. Come on, don't do this. That's so good. Dude, what is what was that? I was stuck. No, I barely missed. Dang.
been weeks, and while he'd had some promising runs, something always went wrong to prevent a world record. On Yoshi Valley, he was trying to go for a risky strategy that would avoid triple shrooms, but his success rate wasn't great with it, and his Royal Raceway luck had just been disastrous. Meanwhile, Kazuya was still right there. He was 7 seconds behind Abney, but he'd gotten the record before. Could he take advantage of this opportunity? He had done it again, and this time it was a pretty sizable improvement. He had a mistake early on Toad's Turnpike, when he missed a lap skip and had to do it again, but he was able to climb out of the hole, and didn't have another time loss until he missed a lap skip on Yoshi Valley. But beyond that, it was a beautiful run, and Kazuya had just proven something. His 1 second world record wasn't a fluke. He had actually caught up to Abney. Despite slower driving, he had matched or perhaps surpassed him at hitting the game's shortcuts. Kazuya was the champion of 150cc skips. In the year since this record was set, nobody has come close to approaching their times. Abney and Kazuya are more than a minute ahead of the competition. Both players have been grinding the category recently, and have done thousands of attempts each. They've both had promising runs, but there's only been one additional world record. This run was eerily similar to Abney's 23-21. It got off to an incredible start, then slowly bled time, partially by playing it safe on a few courses. Only difference was, this record was 7 seconds faster than Abney's run. It's hard to lose a world record. It's a side of speedrunning that doesn't get talked about much. Everyone's excited when one player gets the record, as they should be, but to be on the other side can be brutal, especially if it's a record that you've held for 7 years. It's become a constant part of your life at that point. But it's important to remember, nobody owns a world record. And to illustrate what I mean, I'm going to show you a clip from Darbian. After he set a world record in Super Mario Bros. 90% back in 2016, people were telling him that the run was nearly dead, and he might hold on to the record forever. But Darbian responded by saying this.
So instead of saying something silly like, I think it will be over very soon and it's been a crazy ride, I'm going to say that this game will never be over, and the ride will only get crazier. And I am just participating in one small part of the middle of the ride, and there are many talented people who helped build the ride before me, and there'll be many talented people who helped finish off the ride after me.
More accurate words have never been spoken. The point of all this? Be proud to have been a part of your game's history, even after your times have been beaten. Because unlike a world record, your legacy can last forever. This has been just one small segment of Mario Kart 64's history. Thanks for watching. Super Mario 64, one of the most iconic speedruns of all time. Top level runs are beautiful. There's incredible movement, bizarre glitches, and awesome tricks. It all adds up to a super popular speedrun, giving Mario 64 the impressive legacy it has. But I've got a secret to share. All the gameplay you've just seen was performed with a blindfold on. This might sound too insane to be real, but for the past several years, players have been trying to speedrun Super Mario 64 without looking at the screen. How is this possible? How do you take a three-dimensional game and not only play it with your eyes closed, but practically make it look easy? Let's take a journey inside the minds of some of speedrunning's most impressive players. Welcome to the world of blindfolded Mario 64. And now a word from this video's sponsor, Rocket Money. I don't know about you, but I'm subscribed to a number of streaming services. I try to switch between them, subscribing for a while before moving to other ones. Only problem, I forget to cancel and end up paying for a service I'm not using. This is where Rocket Money can help. Rocket Money is the personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and manage your money better. I think Rocket Money is great for keeping track of your subscriptions. They identify recurring charges and cancel unwanted subscriptions for you. They're also great for setting budgets. They can automatically monitor your spending by category and notify you when you've exceeded your limits. Rocket Money has helped save its customers an average of $740 a year, with over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. Join today by going to rocketmoney.com/summoningsalt, or by clicking on the link in the description to get started for free. You can unlock more features with a premium membership, but you can start off for free, so might as well try it and help out my channel. That's rocketmoney.com/summoningsalt. Blindfolded speedruns aren't a new concept. For years, blindfolded runs have been a staple at GameStone quick events, and runners have even grinded at home to optimize blindfolded world records. But those were usually for simpler games. Compare that to Mario 64, with its 3D gameplay and wide open levels. Getting consistency with this seemed out of the question, and for many years, nobody bothered trying. But then, we arrive in 2017, when the main character of our story comes onto the scene. Meet Bubsy. Bubsy had seen players like Runner Guy 2489 and 360 Chrism play blindfolded 3D games before, and it inspired him to see what he could do in Super Mario 64. Bubsy started by figuring out a few basic stars blindfolded. From there, he expanded to the rest of the game. He slowly built up his skills throughout 2017, and finally, by October, he was ready to try for the first full game completion of blindfolded Super Mario 64. Here's how he did it. First off, this was a 16-star run of the game. Collecting at least 70 stars is the intended glitchless route, but that was not going to happen with the blindfold on. Instead, Bubsy performed a popular speedrunning route. Collect 16 of the easiest stars, then tackle a couple glitches to skip to the last stage. That was much more manageable than going for 70 stars. Right from Bubsy's first inputs, you can see his general strategy. He ran forward until he heard Mario hit the wall, then turned right and kept going. It was slow, but these inputs were hard to mess up, and he eventually made it to the cutscene. In Bob-omb Battlefield, Bubsy worked on getting to the top of the mountain for the first star. He used the camera angles to his advantage. He'd run forward till he hit an object, then carefully adjusted the camera and kept moving forward. This normalized his movement and lined him up so he'd always end up running to the same place every time. After gradually inching his way up the slope, he got to use audio techniques on the boss. He backflipped to pick him up, then counted the audio of Mario's footsteps to know when he was in the middle. This lined him up so he was perfectly underneath the star when it spawned. Bubsy ended up collecting 3 stars in Bob-on Battlefield, and they all followed the same idea. Very simple and safe setups to reliably work his way through the map. He then headed to Womp's Fortress, where he ultimately picked up 5 more stars. He used a plethora of strategies to get these, slowly backflipping up the long ramp, running from wall to wall, and even using a bit of muscle memory. His setups were so normalized that whenever something went slightly off script, he usually couldn't recover and either died or restarted. This happened 9 times throughout Womp's Fortress. Bubsy continued through the game, slowly but surely collecting stars. While a lot of his strategies looked safe, they required an unbelievable amount of memorization and skill to do blindfolded. None were harder than the Bowser stages. He needed inside-out knowledge of the level to ensure he could platform without looking. He had a clever strategy for the Bowser fight itself. By constantly letting go and re-grabbing his tail, Mario gradually moves forward. Eventually, you'll collide with the bomb, and skip having to somehow aim a Bowser throw without being able to see. After an hour and 25 minutes, Bubsy had collected 15 stars. He had a precise setup to grab Mips the Rabbit, and then counted Mario's footsteps to know when to turn through the hallways. To clip through the doors, Bubsy had more setups that involved re-grabbing Mips repeatedly. They worked, and Bubsy was through both doors after a few minutes. But then, he arrived at the hardest part of the entire run, Bowser in the Fire Sea. There are so many cycles, moving objects, and obstacles all over the place that even with the best setups, Bubsy couldn't consistently make it through. He had a few smart strategies to help. By listening to silly kicks, he could tell where the platform was in its cycle. A longer distance between each kick meant it was moving down. And a shorter distance meant it was moving up. And later on, by backflipping onto this box, Bubsy knew that even if he took damage in the lava, he was lined up with the heart so he could recover. Safe strategies like these helped, but it still took Bubsy nearly an hour to get through Fire Sea, with 11 deaths along the way. But eventually, he cleared the level, and after 2.5 hours, he was in the home stretch. Next up were backwards long jumps, and there was no big secret to doing these blindfolded. He just had to line up and hope his mashing got him through the door and up the stairs. And finally, Bowser in the Sky. It's quite similar to Fire Sea in that there's several cycles you have to deal with, the hardest being the 2 elevators right at the very end. But thanks to a combination of backflips, audio cues, and normalization setups, Bubsy had made it through after 3 deaths. The final Bowser fight requires 3 throws, and Bubsy's strategy for the first 2 was letting Bowser run at him, then dropping him right into the bomb. But that's not an option for throw 3. So, he had to just randomly spin Bowser and hope he hit a bomb. One random throw away from history being made.
Okay, so calm down. I need to collect the stuff. Calm down, guys. Please, man, please. It should be to the left. 2 backflips or 1 backflip. No, that's not good, that's not good. Yes! We did it! Yes, guys! We did it!
Bubsy had shocked the world. He could literally beat Super Mario 64 with his eyes closed. Probably one of the craziest gaming achievements ever. Now, his run did take over 3 hours, and he either died or restarted 33 times across the game. There was room for optimization, if Bubsy had so desired, but he didn't. He was the only person in the world capable of doing this, and he was happy to move on with his life. But little did Bubsy know, While he was working on his 16th star run, there was another player on the other side of the world doing the exact same thing. Z-Surf. Neither player knew of the other's existence, and Bubsia's completed run came as a big surprise to Z-Surf. He was still working on individual stars. This other guy was way ahead of him. But Z-Surf wasn't deterred. He talked with Bubsia, learning some of his strategies while improving on his own. He found different routes to take and ways he could complete certain stars faster. By the time he started full game runs in early 2018, he was a much improved player. Z-Surf ended up beating Bubsia's run by a few minutes on February 2nd. And a month later, he took a full hour off the world record. Mario 64 completed blindfolded in an hour and 58 minutes. A big part of the improvement was the fact that Z-Surf simply died less than Bubsia. He had to restart just 15 times across the run, compared to Bubsia's 33. But his route through the game was also quicker. For one thing, he opted to collect both Peach Slide Stars. He had a fairly safe strategy to leap over the edge and make it to the end before 21 seconds. That's fast for a blindfolded star. He also switched out a couple stars in Hazy Maze Cave to save a bit more time. But beyond the route changes, Z-Surf was simply faster than Bubsia. He used more audio cues to his advantage. For instance, in the Bowser stages, he could tell where the rotating platforms were based on what part of the background music was playing. And just all over the run, Z-Surf's strategies were a bit riskier, running up a slope rather than backflipping, and using fewer setups. Meanwhile, as Z-Surf was lowering the Mario 64 blindfolded record, Bubsia was working on other blindfolded games, most notably Pokemon and Kingdom Hearts. He planned to come back to Mario 64 eventually, but if nothing else, these other games were still helping him improve as a blindfolded speedrunner. He picked up on different blindfolded strategies and ideas while he played. And as the months passed, Bubsia realized there was one technique that might really help with Mario 64. Something that would make his movement look much more fluid, almost like he was playing with his eyes open. That fall, Bubsia came back to Mario 64, implementing a trick called beat counting. Beat counting is essentially using the background music's beat as a metronome to time your inputs to. Now, it's important to note that this isn't the same as a music cue. That's where you wait for a specific moment in the song to use as a cue. Instead, beat counting is simply having a consistent frame of reference, in this case the beat of the song, to help time different inputs. For example, you can run forward, then note to jump after 3 beats, then press jump again after 4 more beats, and so on. This can help make otherwise brutal sections become nearly trivial, as it replaces insane muscle memory with consistent inputs. Beat counting was first implemented in Super Mario 64 by a player named Katoon, who used it in his 70-star run. It helped him all over, allowing for fluid movement that looked like a visual player at times. After seeing it utilized in other speed games, Bubsia decided he had to try using it in 16th star. So, in September 2018, he came back to Super Mario 64. He wanted to see how much time he could take off of Z-Surf's record of 1 hour and 58 minutes. How much could beat counting help? Well, right away, Bubsia saved time on the very first star. He picked up a box and navigated into the corner of the gate by beat counting. By then setting it down on top of Mario's hitbox, he got pushed behind the gate and was able to collect the star. This is an obscure old trick known as box flip, and predates the more traditional bomb flip used in modern visual runs. New strategies with beat counting were used throughout the game. Often, these helped big time with consistency as well as being faster. The slide in Cool Cool Mountain was now beat counted, and Bubsia had a safer mix grab thanks to beat counting too. But the biggest time saves with beat counting were the Bowser stages, especially Fire Seed.
pieces, seasoned people. Boom.
125,000 points and experience more with Chase Sapphire Reserve.
Gathered you today.
Who invites a husky guy to an outdoor summer wedding? It's 103 degrees.
Amanda, I didn't tell you.
And because I sweat a lot, I went to Men's Warehouse and got a suit with special fabric on the show flex that breathes and keeps me cool.
Even in these inhumane conditions.
You mean now, this is the book.
Thank you, girl.
Love you, Sue.
It's a little hot to be flirting, don't you think?
No, I don't.
What table are you at?
For welders who demand more, Vulcan delivers with advanced inverter technology.
Especially fire seed. As you recall, this is probably the hardest level in the run. It took Z-Surf over 17 minutes to get through it in his world record. But here, Bubsy used a beat count for the entire stage developed by Katoon. Highlights included a section in the middle where he navigated without adjusting the camera. Since he couldn't see anyway, there was no point in changing the camera angle. He still knew exactly where to go. Bubsy flew through the whole level. And ultimately, he completed it in just 2 minutes. A 15-minute time sink over Z-Surf. That's the power of beat counting. Bubsy was cruising. The run was far from perfect, but after demolishing Fire Sea, he knew he was way ahead of Z-Surf's world record. He couldn't see his exact pace, of course, but he knew it had potential to be a big record. The backwards long jumps went well, and thanks to beat counting and other audio cues, Bowser in the Sky was quick too. Once again, it all came down to hitting this last Bowser throw. Then he could find out just what type of pace this really was.
Yes! Yes!
This was ahead of even his wildest dreams. Not only was it sub-hour, but it was sub-hour by several minutes. The whole game being blindfolded in 53 minutes. The run did have its slow moments. He died a handful of times, and the worst part was when he had to intentionally drown to restart in Dire Docks. But being able to cut a world record in half did not happen very often. This was everything Bubsy wanted and more. Beat counting had changed blindfolded Mario 64 forever. But once again, Bubsy had decided this was a good place to stop. Despite there still being room for improvements, he remained interested in exploring other blindfolded speedruns. So, he stopped playing. For the next year, his blindfolded world record remained unchallenged. But of course, Bubsy wasn't going to stay away for long. 16 star was his bread and butter. If you've seen my other videos, generally people who dominate a game can't help but come back to it time and time again. Bubsy wanted to see just how low he could take the blindfolded record. So, after a 10-month break, he spent the summer of 2019 rerouting the run, changing up the stars a bit and trying to optimize his strategies. By August, he was ready to start up runs again. And over the course of just 11 days, he did this.
I'm not happy at all.
unbelievable grind. Thanks to a combination of beat counting, incredible muscle memory, and a ton of skill, Bubsy had beaten Super Mario 64 blindfolded in under 40 minutes. This run had one big mistake. During MIPS, he got lost and had to quit back to the menu. It cost about 2 minutes, so a 36-minute run would be the limit. But there were no major mistakes anywhere else. 38 minutes was incredibly optimized for this type of run. It was exactly what he was looking for. Bubsy really was the king of blindfolded Mario 64. Hardly anyone else had tried it, and those who had were well behind him. He could do with his eyes closed what others couldn't do with their eyes open. And this 38-minute run was his magnum opus. Bubsy was finally done with the grind. No one else even approaching his times. And then, 3 weeks later, something very interesting happened. Completely out of the blue, a new submission appeared for the blindfolded Mario 64 leaderboards. The player's name was Nobori56, and he was claiming to have performed a 35-minute blindfolded run, a new world record. Nobody in the community had heard of him before, and having someone brand new instantly claim a big world record was suspicious, to say the least. When the community watched his run, it only got stranger. He wasn't beat counting at all. In fact, it seemed like nearly everything he did was muscle memory. It looked an awful lot like he could see what was happening on screen, at least sometimes. Blindfolded speedruns can be easy to fake. If you can get any visual for your blindfold,
Excuse me. Okay.